So this afternoon consists of 2 blocks of races. Each block will have 6 races, different formulas. First race up will be the Formula 50, Formula 3s. Also should be scheduled F35, we don't have any this weekend, so it'll be Formula 50, Formula 3s. Well, today's weather sadly is somewhat different to yesterday. The spectator area yesterday was rather full and the sun was shining, but there we go, that's the British weather for us. The wind is quite light, so it shouldn't have a major impact on proceedings this afternoon. The racing will still go ahead with the rain. If anything, actually makes the craft go faster on the land section because there'll be some sort of lubrication of the grass. So, Formula 3, that is a category that is for 2 strokes under 450cc air-cooled and 4 strokes under 500cc, that's the Formula 3s, and the Formula 50s, they are based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled. They have to run it in its standard format, so no special carbs or exhaust. There is also a weight limit on that category as well. And what else? Yeah, they're pretty much all the same, but obviously you will see by performance that there are differences. The whole design is entirely up to the driver, skirt design, so that's open. All the races this afternoon will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts, and they'll be doing 6 laps. Right, that sounds like the 5-minute siren's gone up in the paddock area. Right, so pole sitter for this race, number 43, Josh Morales, world champion, crowned 18 months ago in Germany at Solberg. World Championships every 2 years. This year they're going to be held in the UK, Rotherby Park, which is right next to Silverstone. So, second spot on the front row is number 48, and that is going to be Josh Trussler, 2 Joshes on the front row. And third spot, 57, Dave Elston. And then completing the front row, number 117, and that is Elliot Folland. Row 2, we got 72, and that is Kian Olner. Then Ben Lambert, 86, and then Richard Worthington, number 50. That completes row 2. Row 3, now we've got a Formula 3 craft, that's Nathan Ash, 147. Then we've got another owner, that's Georgia Olner, 51. Ah, yeah, got to mention it's Georgia's birthday today, and she's 21. So happy birthday, Georgia. Hope she has a great day racing. Alongside Georgia is 153, and that is, just going to check, make sure I've got the driver right. And that's Fred Reynolds. And that's again a Formula 3 craft. Then we got 135. That's Charlie Clark. And Charlie's also a Formula 3 craft. Then we've got row 4, 169, Kerris Roads, again another Formula 3. Then 114, that's Zoe Deacon in the Formula 50. And then completing row 4 is 37, Joe Smith. That's the Formula 50. And I've just looked at my screen, and we've got number 57, Dave Elston. That craft is being taken back to the paddock. It's on cushion by the looks of it, so quite clearly an issue. So Dave Elston not on the grid for this race at the moment. So where they're positioned at the moment on the grid, that's the only time they'll be in that location during the race. Once they go off the grid, they drop down a small dip, hang a sharp right between 2 trees, and drop onto the water and race up the lake. Turn around the orange markers at the end there, and then weave their way back onto the lane section in front of you, and round that hairpin turn, and through the line in front of me where race control is. And then they continue on round back onto the lake again. That'll be the complete lap. Right, we're going onto the 2-minute board. There we go, that's the whistle. 2 minutes away from the start now. Right, we're on the 1 minute board. Right, just to mention, we are putting out a live feed, so if you do go away from today and you want to see what's happened during the day or yesterday, then obviously you can go back and look at that. The majority of our races over recent years certainly have been live on YouTube, so you can easily do a search if you know the race sites. And the best way of finding that out is go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Right, here we go, we're on the lights. And, well, I'm not sure whether that's a jump start. 48. Josh Trussler went off like a rocket. He looked behind to see whether the lights were correct, but it looks as though they've continued on. So our pole sitter looking to see where Josh Morales, I think he's still on the grid. Can't quite see him at the moment. So Josh Morales, our pole sitter, still on the grid. So as they cross the line, it's Josh Russell 48, Elliot Folland 117. 72, Keaton Holder in third, then Richard Worthington 50, 147, the first of the Formula 3, 147, Nathan Ash, then Ben Lambert 86, 168, and that's Kerris Rhodes, sorry, 169 Kerris Rhodes, and they're still coming through. Behind Kerris Rhodes, in 8th is Fred Reynolds, 153, then Joe Smith, 37, Georgia Olner, 51, Zoe Deacon, 114, 135, Charlie Clark, and then picking up the rear at the moment is 114, Zoe Deacon. Going up the lane in third spot, Keaton Holder with a little bit of skirt damage on that right hand side. Shouldn't be a major problem, but I'll keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, Leader comes out of the lane, opening up a nice gap now around that hairpin turn. Josh Trussler, number 48. Elliot Folland, 117, round that hairpin turn, has got Keaton Holder on his tail now as he comes through. That's number 72. Worthington 50 in fourth spot, then the first of the Formula 3, 147 Nathan Ash, then Ben Lambert 86, Kerris Rhodes 169, Kerris also a Formula 3. Our leader around the hairpin turn, 48, Josh Trussler, is now starting to catch the tail enders, and he'll be putting them a lap down very shortly. We're now midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone. So as the leader goes through the line, 48, Josh Trussler is starting to lap the tail enders now. opening up that gap. Elliot Folland, well, a little bit too far to strike a challenge, but he's having to work his way through the back markers. Keane Olner in third spot, dropped back very slightly, so the first three, a bit of a gap now between the three of them. Fourth spot is still Richard Worthington going up the lake there, and the first of the Formula 3s not that far behind. Richard is 147 Nathan Ash. So the last lap board is now being prepared. Our leader comes out of the lake. 48 Josh Trussler around the hairpin turn. The last lap board is now waiting for Josh. There we go, one lap to go. Elliot Folland 117 in second goes through. Still waiting for third. There he is. Keane Olner, 72, goes through in third. And not far behind in fourth spot, Richard Worthington, number 50. Then the first of the Formula 3s, 147 Nathan Ash. Well, the gap between first and second, just over 4 seconds. So Josh with a comfortable lead at the moment, with just metres to go now. Josh Trussler takes the win, number 48. Second across the line, 117, Elliot Folland. Still waiting for third, that's going to be Keane Olner. And he runs through the line now in third. Keane Olner, number 72. Fourth across the line, 50, Richard Worthington. And Nathan Ash, 147. The Formula 3 takes the win for the Formula 3s. And so for the, let's do the Formula 3s, that's probably the easiest one for me. Formula 3s, first place Nathan Ash 147, second 169 Carish Rhodes, third 153 Nigel Reynolds, or Fred Reynolds, and then fourth 135 Charlie Clark. So coming back to the Formula 50s, so we've got down to Richard Worthington in fourth place, number 50. In fifth is Joe Smith, 37. Sixth is Ben Lambert, 86. Then we got Georgia Olner, 51. Then 114, Zoe Deacon. Right, our next group up are the colts. So aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted what they can run engine wise, but ultimately they are only allowed to produce a set amount of thrust. So no point in getting an engine and then tuning it to its max, because ultimately at the end of the day there is a limit to the amount of thrust that it can produce, and that is checked on a fairly regular basis. So the colts are only going to do 6 laps. In pole position we've got number 133 JJ McGavin from Phoenix Racing. Second spot 134 Digby Dorman, Phoenix Racing. Then in third spot 98, which and that's Philip Charnick. And then fourth spot is 79 Hayden Allman. So just 4 craft on the grid, and they are all there, and just 6 laps for these colts. Directly after this we'll be picking up the pace dramatically and going into the Formula 2s and Formula 1s combined. So whilst we're waiting, just a few pointers. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram if you search for @official_HCGB. You'll find us on Facebook and Instagram. Main club website for the whole of the UK is www.hovercraft.org.uk. If you want to look at some clips, just short clips on Facebook and Instagram, then Hovercraft Racing Reels is a good one to search for. That's HRR for short. And with the Formula 50s that you saw racing just now, we do have the facility for the last few years for you to be able to hire a craft for a day or 2 days. It's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. It's organised by the Hover Club of Great Britain, and you would go out in the novice race. The cost, you're looking at £275 for 1 day or £460 for 2 days. That option was taken up yesterday by one lady. She's not racing today, but somebody else has taken up the option today. So if you think yourself, oh, might have a go at that, the contact details for that is if you send in an email to info@hovercraft.org.uk, that will be picked up and they'll be able to tell you whether it's available at what race meetings we've got this year. I know some of the options have been taken up already, but the main club website, www.hovercraft.org.uk, you'll find the links on there as well for that facility, and obviously the race calendar will be on there as well. The calendar for this year, this is our first weekend of racing for the year. Our next one is at Whittlebury Park, which is right next to Silverstone. We are actually there 3 times this year. We are there the next bank holiday, and the World Championships are being held there in August, and we're back there again in September. The other venues we'll be racing at is Rother Valley Country Park, so that's near Sheffield, and then we go right down south to a place called Gangwarley, which is located in Fawley. So if you go down to Southampton and then keep going further down, that's where that location is. So this year we're actually celebrating the 60th anniversary of the club. So if you think we're relatively new, no, think again. 60 years we are celebrating this year. I've been a member for 59 of those years. So yes, I am that old. And if you do think to yourself, oh, mind getting involved in this sport, not necessarily the racing, but on the official side of things, we're always looking for marshals, officials of any description really. There's a whole range of different skill sets that we're looking for, right through from marshals, race control, our scrutineers, and just generally branch members to actually help organise this event, because this event is put together by the local members, but as a main club we all come along and actually run the event. So there's a lot of work put in by the local branch, setting it up, advertising, etc, etc. So if you think you fancy getting involved in that, then again go to the main club website. The details for each local branch club will be on there, and I'm sure they'll be happy to hear from you. So I've just had an update as to why we seem to be having a bit of a delay, and we're waiting for our race control systems. So we do have new systems in place this weekend, so I got a sneaky suspicion they're trying to resolve something in there. So just a small delay while they get themselves sorted. So the new system we got in place, we trialled it last year to do some testing, and that's with the craft carrying electronic tags to give us more information about lap times, speed, well, not speeds, but lap times, etc, etc. Sort of thing you'd see, for example, F1, when you see all the charts there that they produce. The challenge we have is that we come to a field that's not set out all the time, so we have to start from scratch every time. Plus, some of our race circuits, certainly Rother Valley Country Park, the finish line is actually on the water. So that presents a bit of a challenge because the electronic tag requires a wire underneath the ground or just below the surface to gather that data. Of course, when you start looking at a lake, that's a bit of a challenge. So it's one of those unique things to us. We can't go and just get a bespoke system and chuck it in and get it working. Oh, sounds as if we're going to be going on the 2-minute board very shortly. I just heard over the radio. There we go. The whistle's gone. 2 minutes away from the start now. Well, here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. And 98 off to a great start, but it is 133. The Phoenix Racing team that is off like a shot. JJ McGavin, but the other Phoenix Racing craft, 134 Digby Dorman, getting left on the line. He's pulled away, but he's going very gingerly towards the drop on the water, so we'll have to see whether he's got an issue or not. Well, he's finally dropped onto the water. Let's see what he can do to pick up the pace. It's 134 Digby Dorman in the Phoenix Racing craft. Well, meanwhile, the other Phoenix craft out of the lake for the first time. JJ McGavin 133 with a comfortable lead already. And second spot, 98, Philip Charnick. And looks as though it's working right now. 134 in third spot. The Digby Dorman, Phoenix Racing Craft coming through fourth at the moment. 79, Hayden Norman. Well, JJ comes out of the lake. It's a complete lap 3. And we'll look to see what the gap is. The second spot, it's quite considerable. I've now got the lap times, so let's see what that gap is. Well, that looks like 22 seconds. Digby Dorman in third spot is just under 30 seconds behind second spot, so I'll keep an eye on that, see if he's going to make any ground. With 4 laps gone, he's only got 2 laps to go now. So JJ goes through the line. The last lap board is now out. He's not that far behind his teammate, so it could be interesting to see if he actually catches him and laps him. But I think that might be a bit of a stretch. Around the hairpin turn for the last time, the run to the line. JJ McGavin, 133, takes the win. Looking back for Philip Charnick now, and he's about to come off the lake in a comfortable second. So 98, Philip Charnick takes second spot. Coming through in fourth spot, Hayden Norman in 79, and just coming around the hairpin turn, the run to the line in third spot, 134, Digby Dorman. Right, the next group already starting to form up on the grid, the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s. So Formula 2s up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. Can be a combination of either a single engine craft or a twin engine. There are both those options on the grid. And the Formula 1s, unlimited capacity, anything goes. Forget the CC, this is all about horsepower. So the Formula 1s, the thrust engine alone would be producing somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower. Just for that thrust engine, and then the lift engine as well. They'll top out at around about 80 miles an hour. Then 0 to 60. They'll out accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start. Pole sitter for the race is number 14, Adam Turnbull. Second spot, number 11, Jake Trussler. In third spot, we got Callum Beale, number 1, and 2 minute board is gone. And then completing the front row, the first of the Formula 2 craft, 77 George Barnes. Row 2, 61 Dave Palfrey, again another Formula 2. And then we got a Formula 1, number 7 Abby Beale, so got brother and sister out there. And then completing row 2, number 3, Cy Francis. Cy having problems yesterday. He thinks he's got to the bottom of it, so fingers crossed for Cy today that he's on the pace. Less than 2 minutes away now. 8 laps, but a whole lot quicker. And we're now on the 1 minute board. So, number 1, Callum Beale, not had a good day yesterday. They had reliability issues with the lift engine. And hence why he's down in that third spot. So watch out for him. You'll be looking to challenge Adam Turnbull, number 14, but Adam is very quick off the line. Here we go, we're on the lights. Hammer away. Oh, Jake Truster off to a good start, but it is Adam Turnbull that's going to drop into that water first. So it's 14, 11, 1. 77. Then 61, 7. And 3. Oh, Cy Francis in cruise mode there by the looks of it. Not on the money at all. Meanwhile, back to the front runners. Out of the lake first is 14, 11, 1. 77. And Jake Truster with a bit of skirt damage on that front right corner. That's not going to help him, but it shouldn't be a major problem. So around the hairpin turn, getting the craft up on their side, 14. Adam Turnbull goes through, 11, Jake Truster goes through, 1, Callum Bill goes through. The first 3 all very much in touch. Then we've got the first of the Formula 2, 77, George Barnes. And 3 laps gone. Adam Turnbull opening up the gap now. Jake Truster in second, but Callum Bill is now all over the back of him. Callum just points 7/8 of a second behind. So that gap is very close. They go up the lake. Jake Truster. Oh, Callum making a small mistake as he lost the power. I think Callum may have made a small mistake going up the lake. He dropped back. Meanwhile, I'll lead around the hairpin turn, opening up opening up the gap, crossing the line. 4 laps gone now. Jake Truster goes through, 6 seconds behind. Callum drops a bit of pace on that last lap, now 1.4 seconds behind. But still in a solid third. The first of the Formula 2s goes through. George Barnes, 77, is well clear of second spot. Dave Falkby, number 61. So, Adam Turnbull, our leader, 5 laps gone. He's now caught the tail enders. Number 11, number 1, they go through. The gap now, 1.63 seconds between second and third. So remaining about the same as the last lap. Callum was second at the World Championships in 2024. He needs to find a little bit more pace. Six laps gone now. The leader goes through. The gap to second spot is 5.8 seconds. Callum Bill's closed the gap down to 1.22. Right, last lap board is now up. Our leader goes through. Adam Turnbull, number 14, still the leader, still the clear leader. Jake Truster, number 11, in second with Callum Beale all over the back of him now as he goes through the line. The gap is 0.7 of a second. So now Callum Beale, can he mount the challenge on this last lap? They drop onto the water. It's still 11, followed by 1 as they go up the lake. And Adam Turnbull comes through to take the win, an easy win in the end. Number 14, Jake Truster around that hairpin turn, still being chased by Callum Beale, but it looks like Jake Truster's going to hold on to that second spot. He does. Number 11, Jake Truster takes second. Third is number 1, Callum Beale. Callum just 0.6 of a second behind on that last lap. George Barnes comes through in the F2 craft to take the win for the F2s. Second goes to Dave Palfrey in 61 for the F2s. Fourth for the F1s is going to go to Abby Bills, number 7. And then Cy Francis in number 3. Right, before I start talking about the next group, which is the junior race, if anybody wants a signed autograph photo of the number 1 craft with Callum Beale and his dad Conrad Beale, former world, UK and European champion, I'm going to wander along the front here, see if any of the kids want one. Right, juniors on the grid. Let's run through the grid quickly. We're already on the 2-minute board. Pole sitter for the race, 153 Emily Lewandon. Second spot, Lily Olsen, number 44. Third spot, Harley Allman. Fourth spot, completed the front row, Lucas Rhodes. That's the 1-minute board. Row 2, we've got 82, James Cooper. Then 132, Rudy Dorman. And then 95, Dylan Clark. Right, here we go. They're away. And Lily Elston off to a great start. Emily a bit slow off the line, but it is number 5. Lucas Rhodes that drops onto the water first, I believe. Yes, it is Lucas. So that's a bit of a turn up. So Lucas in number 5. Lily Elston 44, 153. Oh, 132 shooting through. That's the Rudy Dorman Phoenix Racing. So opening up a gap already, number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Second spot is now 132. Rudy Dorman, third is Lily Elston, 44. Then Emily London, 153. Then Harley Allman, 75 in 5th. They're still coming through. 6th is 82, James Cooper, and 7th is 95, Dylan Clark. So the gap between first and second, because Rudy Dorman is closing that gap down. 2.2 seconds between first and second. Lily Elston, number 44, and 5th, third Lily Elston 44, and 4th Emily London. The gap between those two was 1 second on the last lap. Right, the battle for the lead is hotting up as they exit the lake. It's still 5, Lucas Rhodes, but definitely being chased by Rudy Dorman. The last lap, it was 2.2 seconds between the two of them. Let's see what it is this time. And it's 1.85 seconds now. The gap is closing. Lily Elston 44 goes through, and then Emily, and the gap between those two is 2.28. So 4 laps gone. Don't forget, this is an 8-lap race. So with 5 laps gone, the gap between first and second is 0.85. And the gap between third and fourth, that's Lily and Emily, that gap is now 1.5. So as they cross the line, 6 laps gone. The gap between first and second, 2.6 between Lucas Rhodes and Rudy Norman. Right, so our leader exits the lake, number 5. Lucas Rhodes, the last lap board now is waiting for Lucas to cross the line. Here we go. What was the gap last time? 6.6. This time it is 2.9. So Rudy dropping back very slightly on that last lap. Gap between third and fourth, 3.85. Well, I think there's going to be a big cheer for Lucas as he crosses the line. Lucas Rhodes takes the win, number 5. He's a happy bunny. Big fist bump as he went across the line. Second spot goes to 132 Rudy Dorman of Phoenix Racing. Third across the line, 44 Lily Olsen. Fourth across the line, 153 Emily Lewandon. Fifth across the line, 75. Oh no, is it? Fifth across the line. Yes, it is Harley Allman. Sixth across the line, James Cooper. And then 7th, 95, Dylan Clark. Right, so our next group up are the novices. So novices, fairly self-explanatory. These are the, well, we do actually have a mix this weekend. I believe, in theory. So novices have to do 15 races. We've got number 60 on the front row of the grid there. And yeah, he's done most of his qualifying last year. I'm not sure how many races he's got left, but he's actually got a brand new craft this year, so completely different craft to what he was racing last year, and that is Oliver McIntosh, number 62, number 60. That sounds like a 2-minute board. Dave Wilkinson in 99 is the pole sitter. 38, Paul Tarpley is in third. So let's give you a bit of background on those three. 99, Dave Wilkinson in pole. He's been part of our medic team for the last few years, but suddenly he's decided that he actually wants to have a go himself. So Dave has actually switched sides, as it were, and is now racing, so he's being cheered on or something by the medic team. Oliver McIntosh, as I say, he's well into his 15 races. He must be close to qualifying now, but a brand new craft. Paul Tarpley in 38 is actually a previously qualified driver. COVID came along and he's actually taken a few years out of the sport but come back, so he's having to re-qualify. We've got another novice on there, 88, and that is Chris Rook. Now Chris didn't race yesterday. He's taken up the option of the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft race facility that we now run. So Formula 50 craft. If you want to find out more about that, then I'll give you brief details now before the race starts. It's £275 for 1 day, £460 for 2 days. You can email into info@hovercraft.org.uk or go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk to get more details. Right, the race has started. 99 got off to a great start, but 60, they're Formula 2. Yeah, Oliver with more experience gets off the line and drops onto the water first. Then it's 99, Dave Wilkinson. Then it's 88, Chris Rook. And I can't see Paul Tarpley, so I'm not quite sure what's happened to Paul today. So Oliver in that Formula 2 craft, way and gone. So, just to finish off what I was saying earlier, novices are allowed to use any of the main Formula craft. If you do go for the Formula 1 option, which is unusual, then you would be restricted in the amount of thrust that you could produce. So, our new novice for today in that Arrive and Drive craft has got stuck on the bank, trying to exit the lake. That's Chris Rook, number 88. So we've got one more race after this before we go for a break. Got the open race up next. Well, that number 88 craft has got damage on the front right corner to the hull. That's going to have to be checked before it's let out again, so it's been sent back to the paddock. So I'm sure they'll jump on that fairly rapidly and see if we can get that damage repaired. So midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone, just over for our leader going up the lake there, number 60, Oliver McIntosh. So 6 laps are gone now. Last lap board now out, 1 lap to go. So Oliver McIntosh, number 60, easy win for Oliver in the end. So open race starting to form up. So this is open to all the main formulas, apart from the novices, juniors and colts. So looking at the front row, our pole sitter we're still waiting for. That should be Jake Truss on number 11 in the Formula 1. Second spot already there, number 7. This time it's Aaron Sutton. Third spot, 48, is Josh Trussler in a Formula 50. And then completing the front row is number 61, and this time it is Katrina Hall, so daughter of Dave Palfrey. Row 2 is 117 Elliot Folland in the Formula 50. And then we've got, well, we should have, not there yet, is Conrad Bill this time in the number 1 craft, Formula 1. And we should still waiting for a Formula 1 number 3 Cy Francis, who's not appeared yet. We're now on the 2-minute board, so 2 minutes away from the start. And our pole sitter has arrived. Jake Truster in the Formula 1 takes the pole position. Right, there we go. That's the 1 minute board. Well, right at the very back there on this end is number 43, Josh Morales in a Formula 50. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by Aaron Sutton, number 7, side by side with number 11. And Aaron's got the inside line. Can he hold it as they drop onto the board? He puts the craft up on his side. And coming up the lake, it's 7, 11 beside. Oh, there we go. Number 11, Jake Truster found the turbo button there, I think, somewhere, because he's shot past Aaron Sutton, number 7. Both those Formula 1s. In third spot is another Trussler, and that is Josh Trussler, sorry, 48. And we've lost Aaron around the hairpin turn. Aaron Sutton has gone off wide on the hairpin turn. So our leader, well ahead now, already going up the lake. The Formula 1, number 11, Jake Trussler. The battle for second, though, is on. At the moment, it's between Josh Trussler, 48, and Josh Morales, the world champion in number 43. Josh Morales, round the outside. Thank you very much, Josh Trussler. I'm taking second spot. So those two Formula 50 craft. And then behind them we've got a battle going on by the looks of it between Elliot Folland and Katrina Hall. So that's 117 to 61. So 3 laps gone. Jake Truss at number 11, well clear of the rest of the field now. Out of the lake in second spot is the world champion Formula 50, Josh Morales. So third spot, Josh Trussler in 48. Fourth is Elliot Folland. And the number 7 craft, Aaron Sutton, gets back going again, but he's returned back to the paddock. So Aaron clearly with a problem. So our leader already caught the tail end of the pack. Katrina Hall goes a lap down as our leader goes through. Number 11, Jake Trussler, 5 laps completed now. Coming through in second, 43, Josh Morales. For those of you watching online, Josh Morales' tag is not showing up. So if you're slightly confused online watching, Josh Morales, the tag isn't showing, but he is in second spot. So as they exit the lake, Jake Trussler, number 11, passes his brother and puts him a lap down, but Josh Trussler in 48 is in a Formula 50. That's the difference between Formula 50 and a Formula 1. And 1 lap to go now, 1 lap to go. Around the hairpin turn for the last time, our leader comes through. The checkered flag is now waiting, and an easy win in the end. Number 11, Jake Trussler, Formula 1, takes the win. Second is going to go to 43, Josh Morales, who's just coming out of the lake now. Third will go to 48, Josh Trussler in a Formula 50. Fourth will go to 117, Elliot Folland in a Formula 50. Fifth will go to 61, Katrina Hall in a Formula 2. 6 will go to 81. Must have come out as a late starter. And he's been working on his craft all day yesterday. 81, Nick Drew. That caught me out. And then 7th, that's a Formula 50. And then 7th spot goes to number 7, Aaron Sutton. Well, Aaron not making it to the end of the race. Right, okay, I've just had a heads up. So the last race of that first block of racing is now finished. We are going to go for a break, but normally we would now open up the paddock for members of the public to go in, but we're going to have to delay that for about 10 minutes because there's some testing going on down there, and so we're just keeping the paddock closed for the moment for a further 10 minutes or so until 1:30. We will start again on programme at 2:45, so the next race will be at 2:45, which means that members of the public, when I do release you in, then you'll have until 2:30. So about an hour, you'll have about an hour to go in there. Now I'm going to have a wander along the now with some of these cards, signed cards by Callum and Conrad Bill. If any of the kids or even the adults want one, then please get my attention as I wander along, and if you've got any questions as well, shout them out. Well, I've just had the all clear for members of the public. You can now go into the paddock to have a look around. Just a reminder, it's strictly a no smoking zone in the area. That includes e-cigarettes. Watch out for the hot exhausts. They could be anywhere on the craft. And please make sure, if you've got any small kids, make sure they don't clamber on the craft. You've got until 2:30, so about an hour to have a look around before we get the next race underway. Next race will start at 2:45. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time literally just gone ½ past, so any members of the public in the paddock area, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area shortly, and we'll be getting the racing underway. First race up after the break now is at 2:45, and the paddock will begin showing the 10-minute board at 25:2. So you've got about 4 minutes now to finish off and come back over to the main public area. First race up will be the Formula 3s and Formula 50s. Here's the final call for any members of the public. Can you please now make your way back to the public viewing area? The craft will be coming out onto the grid very shortly now. When you hear a siren, that'll be it. The craft will be coming out onto the grid. First race up, Formula 50s and the Formula 3s. If you weren't here earlier, I will run through at the start of each race to give you an idea of what that formula is about, and obviously the names of the drivers. There we go, there's the siren, 10 minutes away from the start now. Right, so as the grid's starting to form up, just wait for a few more to drop into position before we run through the grid. Right, that's a 5-minute siren for the start of this race. So 5 minutes away from the start now. Pole position for this race, Josh Trussler this time, 48, pole position. Alongside 43, Josh Morales. So 2 Joshes there. They do like to confuse me. Third spot, 117, Elliot Folland. And then completing the front row, 72, Kian Olner. Now, all of those are Formula 50s. Row 2 is number 50, Richard Worthington. That's Formula 50. Dave Elston, 57. Again, that's a Formula 50. But then we start looking at the Formula 3s. So 147, Nathan Ash is the first of the Formula 3s on row 2. Row 3, we got 86, Ben Lambert, Formula 50. Then 51, George Olner, Formula 50. And then we come back to the Formula 3s again. So 169, and that is Keris Rhodes, Formula 3. 153 is going to be Oscar Lewiden, again another Formula 3. Moving on to row 4 now is 135, Charlie Clark, that's a Formula 3. Then 114, Zoe Deacon, that's a Formula 50. And then completing row 4, number 37, Joe Smith in a Formula 50. And we've got another one that I've just spotted on the back of the grid, working on his craft all day yesterday, finally got it sorted, number 81, Nick Drew. So Nick has the potential, if he's on song compared to his previous craft, he should be working his way through the field. But let's see how he gets on. That's a brand new craft, so one to watch. Nick Drew right at the very back there. So if you were here earlier, you know the format. All the races this afternoon, 8 laps, apart from the Colts, they only do 6. Right, we're on the 2-minute board now. Those of you that didn't see the racing before the break, they'll go off the grid there and drop down a bit of a dip, do a sharp right hand turn between two trees, drop onto the water, straight up the lake. So the only time you'll see in that position now is at the actual start of the race. Once they've cleared it, they'll be gone, and 8 laps. Right, coming up to the lights very soon now. Here we go, down on the lights. And we're away. Great start by Josh Trussler, but Josh Morales alongside him, 43, goes into the lead. He's got the outside line. Is he going to hold it as he drops onto the water? Yes, he does. The world champion, 43, Josh Morales, is the leader. Josh Trussler, 48, in second with a bit of lift as he goes up the lake. The front end just lifting very slightly. Kean Allnet in third spot in 72. Goes across the line. It's 43, 48, 72, 57, 50, 117, 147, first of the Formula 3s, 153, 86, 169, 135, 114, 51, 81. So Nick Drew's still at the back there. I'm expecting him to work his way through, but it is a brand new craft, so maybe just taking it easy with his first outing. So Josh Morales comes through the line, 43, he's opening up the gap to second spot. Let's look at the time difference. Josh Trussler goes through, and the gap is 7.35 seconds. Lap 3 completed. Josh Morales easing away from Josh Trussler, 48, goes through. Let's see what the time difference is. Last time through it was 7.35, is now 9.32. That's the gap between first and second. So our leader, number 43, is now caught the tail enders. George Rollner, 51, is the first to go a lap down. And now it's 114, Zoe Deacon, and 135 going a lap down. That's Charlie Clark. can see a yellow flag being waved down by the drop onto the water, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. It's out of my view, but clearly there's an incident. Oh, no, it's further up the lake, so there's a craft stopped on the lake. I can't quite make out the number at the moment. And I've got a sneak suspicion that might be number 81 Nick Drew, but I'm not sure. So 6 laps completed, 2 laps to go now. Second goes through Josh Trusser, now 13.4 seconds behind the leader. And lots of battles going on further down the field. Ah, there's Nick Drew coming through, so I'm not sure whether it was him or not. There's a four-way battle just gone on past me. That's let's have a look. See the 153, 86, 169, and 51, I believe. No, not 51. That's 153, 86, and 169. Just the three of them. Locked in battle to go at the end of the straight there. Having focused on the lower numbers, our leader's just gone through the checkered flag. Josh Moran's 43 takes the win. And Josh Trosser, 48, comes through in second. Oh, and it's a run to the line. 86, 153, side by side as they cross the line, but they're actually two separate formulas. So that was all about pride. So that was Oscar Lunden in 153 and 86 Ben Lambert. Side by side as they cross the line. And the gap between those two was 0.014 of a second between Oscar Lewington and Ben Lambert as they cross the line. Blink of an eye and you missed it. So I'll run through the rest of the places in just a moment. running through the order properly now. First place went to Josh Morales, number 43. Second went to 48, Josh Trussler. Third went to 72, Kian Olner. Fourth went to 57, Dave Elston. Fifth went to 50, Richard Worthington. Now those are all Formula 50s. Then we come on to the first of the Formula 3s. That's 147, Nathan Ash. I'm going to quickly go through this because I've just heard the 2-minute board just about to go up, I believe. Then after Richard Worthington in 5th, 6th was 117, Elliot Folland. Then 86, Ben Lambert. 51, Charlie Clark. 114, Zoe Deacon. 51, George Olner. 81, Nick Drew. Coming back to the Formula 3s, again, Nathan Ash took the win, 147. Second went to Keris Rose, 169. Sorry, no. So 147 took first, 153 took second, and the third one went to 169. Right, so our next group up, where are we? Colts. Yes, Colts are up next. So we are looking aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricting what they can run, and ultimately it's the amount of thrust they can actually produce out of the back that is the limiting factor. Now the Colts will only do 6 laps compared to all the other formulas which do 8. They do exactly the same course as the adults. Right, let's just run through the grid. 133. JJ McGavin is there in pole position for the Phoenix Racing team. Now his teammate 134, Digby Dorman, is not there at the moment, so I'm not quite sure what's gone on there. Third spot 98, Philip Charnick. And then completing the front row 79, Hayden Allman. So it seems we've got a small hold at the moment. So opportunity for me to talk about stuff. What stuff we're going to talk about. So main club website address, www.hovercraft.org.uk. So that's the place to go if you want to get more information about the club, find out about the live feeds we put out, the racing side, the cruising side, if you want to get involved with the marshalling, etc, etc. Of course, if you just want to follow us on Instagram or Facebook, then search at @official_HCGB. I've just heard we're going onto the 2-minute board, so there's the 2 minutes away from the start. And well, you've just seen the Formula 50s out there. In the novice race later on, there will be a Formula 50 craft which has been hired out for the day. So it's a feature we do now have, the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft race. It was hired out yesterday to a lady who just did it for the one day. That costs £275. It's a different person today, and if you can hire it for 1 day or 2 days. So 1 day is £275, £460 for the 2 days. It's a Formula 50 craft. You can either go to the main club website address, or you can direct email to info@hovercraft.org.uk. Basically, you just turn up with the right kit. The craft is all there and sorted. You just need to have helmet and clothing, etc. And I'll talk about that more later, but that just gives you a flavour of if you fancied actually having a go. Obviously the option has been taken up this weekend, but there are some events or race meetings this season that are still available. Right, we're less than a minute away now, so I'm going to focus on the start. Just the 3 crafts, so see if I can find out what's happened to Digby Dorman at some point. Right, here we go, we're on the lights, 6 laps. Well, it's Philip, yeah, Philip in number 98, Philip Charnick, is going to drop onto the water first. And JJ McGavin having to take some avoiding action there, and he's come a cropper on the bank. So Philip just going slightly offline, and JJ I think caught his thrust in trying to take avoiding action, and it's just pushed him onto the bank. Hopefully it's just a case of getting him away from the bank and he can get back into the race. These craft don't have reverse gear, so if he's nosed into the bank, it's a case of getting a foot on it and pushing it away. And hopefully JJ can get back into the race. I suspect there's no damage done. It's I can hear the engine powering up. There we go. A quick spin. He's got to get it back over hump now. And that's straight away, yeah. So getting a craft over hump. Initially a craft may actually create a dip in the water. And you've got to get the craft back up on top of the water again, which JJ did. Yeah, perfect. Oh, sounds as if he might have, I've just heard over the radio that he may have collected some foliage along the way. There we go, the marshal's just got the message, and the last thing you want is that foliage going through the fan, because if it does, it'll almost certainly break it. So JJ may not have been aware of that. So Marshall just dragging that stuff out of the way, make sure he can carry on safely. Meanwhile, our leader comes through to complete lap 2, and it's Philip Charnick, the clear leader in number 98. So JJ back up and running again. That was an unfortunate incident right at the start. So Hayden Norman just gone through the line, number 79 in second. Car pretty spread out all around the track now. Our next race up will be the Formula 2s and Formula 1s. So 4 laps gone now. So JJ, oh, that was interesting. So just caught that. Our leader, Philip, in number 98 there, just got to the end of the straight, long water straight, and then just the craft just grabbed on the side there and spun him off a little bit. So trying to get back on line again. Not an issue, he's so far in the lead anyway. But that happened as JJ McGavin in 133 was passing. So JJ now back on the same lap as the leader, I believe, but still a long way back. Right, last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. 98. Philip Charnick is the clear leader. Well, Philip comes through. Number 98 takes the win. Philip starting very gingerly last year, was very slow, and certainly over the winter sometime he's found some extra boost there, so he's Definitely a contender at the moment for the Colts. Right, the Formula 2s and 1s are already forming up. I just heard the 5-minute siren, so 5 minutes away from the start of the F2 F1 race. JJ managing to pull some back after that bit of a disastrous start. He comes through in second, and Hayden Norman 79 comes through in third. So the grid has already formed up, and so we are looking at combined formulas of Formula 2 and 1. So Formula 2 up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. They're all running 2 strokes, I believe, this weekend. And Formula 1's unlimited capacity, anything goes. So pole sitter for the race, number 14, Adam Turnbull in the Formula 1. Second spot, 11, Jake Trussler, again a Formula 1. And then Team Bill, this time it's Callum Bill in number 1, the Formula 1 craft. And then we get to the first of the Formula 2s, 77, George Barnes. Then it's another... he completes the front row. Then on row 2 we've got number 7, Abby Bill, that's a Formula 1. Alongside Abby is number 61, Dave Palfrey, that's a Formula 2. And then completing row 2, number 3, Cy Francis. Right, now we're picking up the pace quite dramatically now. Let's see what Callum Bill can do. Didn't have a particularly good day yesterday. The issues with the reliability of the lift engine didn't really put the car to its full paces. So these craft will top out, the F1s will top out at around about 80 mile an hour. They'll accelerate most standard road cars from 0 to 60. We're coming up to the 2-minute board. Yeah, we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly. I've just been informed, I can see it on my screen here, that we're going on a short hold. So the driver's been shown a 2-minute board, but also a board with a H on it, so there's a delay somewhere. Right, it was race control. So race control now clear. Right, so we are now officially on the 2-minute board. Seven craft on the grid, 5 Formula 1s and 2 Formula 2s. We are at the start of the season. We do have other craft drivers registered for the season, but for whatever reason, some of those haven't turned up this weekend. Hopefully we'll see more at our next race meeting, which is the next bank holiday, and that's at Whittlebury Park. That is right next to right next to Silverstone, the race track. Right, here we go, we're on the lights. Engine revs building and we're away. 14. Adam Turnbull off like a bullet and he goes into the lead, followed by 11. 1, 77. That's the 4 as they drop onto the water. And after George Barnes, 77, then 61, 7, then 3. So Adam Turnbull out of the lake first, number 14, followed by 11, Jake Trussler. Oh no! Callum Bill spins off to one side, doesn't spin and back on track again, so not sure what happened there. Callum dropped, oh no, he's definitely got an issue. Number 1, Callum Bill with an issue. And that looks like a lift issue, a lift engine issue. So the problem they had yesterday that they thought they'd solved looks as though it's come back again. He's getting back on track, but whether he'll carry on or go back to the paddock, I'm not sure. Meanwhile, our leaders go through. 2 laps gone. There's still 14. Adam Turnbull leading. Jake Trussler, number 11, is second. Third overall is George Barnes, number 77, but he's in lead F2. Well, Callum Beale, whatever it was, is back on track. He's obviously confident about carrying on. Well, the gap between first and second is 6.9 seconds. So Adam Turnbull comes out of the lake, sprinting away from second spot. Jake Trussler at number 11. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 6.94. This time through, it is 8.93. So Adam Turnbull pulling away. So Callum Beale lapped down on the rest of the field, although he's there in battle with George Barnes in that number 77 car. That's a Formula 2. Callum is a lap down, so he's trying to unwind himself. But we are already 5 laps into the race. Well, Callum managing to get past George Barnes, puts the craft up on his side as they make the turn to drop onto the water. He's pushing hard. Oh, Si Francis, hand up. So Si Francis returns to the paddock. Si Francis not having a good weekend. His hand goes up, he returns back to the paddock. Right, the last lap board is now waiting for our leader. 14 Adam Turnbull, round the hairpin turn, the run to the line, 1 lap to go now. Jake Truster goes through in second, but he's now 13.1 seconds behind. George Barnes goes through third overall, but the lead F2 craft. And number 14, Adam Turnbull. He's got through the checkered flag, but he has a problem. I heard it on the radio that Adam Turnbull had got a problem. I'm not quite sure what it was, but there was an issue with the craft. He's made it across the line. It looks like he's lost the steering. He's certainly zigzagging as he crossed the line, so Adam Turnbull clearly lost the steering on that last lap, and he's made it through to take the win. Second spot went to Jake Trussler. This is the Formula Ones. Third went to Abby Beale, number 7. Fourth went to number 1, Callum Beale. And then fifth went to Cy Francis, number 3. For the Formula 2s, 77 George Barnes took the win. Second went to 61 Dave Palfrey. So number 14 being pushed back to the paddock purely on lift. He's lost the steering, so he managed to get it across the line to take the win, but the steering has obviously failed somewhere in the system. Right, so our next race up, we've got the juniors. So age 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run. As a general guide, it's the F3 or F50 spec craft, and they can also use the Formula 35s. Pole sitter for this race is 153. This time it's Tyler Reynolds. Emily was out earlier, now it's Tyler in that pole position. Second spot is 44, Lily Elston. Third spot is number 5, Lucas Rhodes. And then completing the front row, 75, Harley Allman. Row 2, we've got 132, Rudy Dorman with Phoenix Racing. And alongside Rudy, we've got number 82, James Cooper. And then completing row 2, number 95, Dylan Clark. Right, here we go. 2-minute board. So the juniors doing the full 8 laps. It's only the Colts that do 6. we're coming up to the lights very soon now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we are away. Oh, great start by 75 Harley Allman in fourth spot, but it is Lily Elston. I believe that's going to get down the water first. Then it's 75. Oh, it's all changed round. So 44, 75, 132, 153, 5, 82 as they go up the lake. And still coming through, it is 95. Right, battling for the lead. Out of the lake, it's still Lily Elson, 44, being chased by 132. Rudy Dorman. So, as we go through the line, Lily Elson is the current leader, but just 1.02 seconds behind is Rudy Dorman. Then we got Harley Allman 75 in third, fourth is 153 Tyler Reynolds, fifth is 5 Lucas Rhodes, sixth 82 James Cooper, and then seventh 95 Dylan Clark. Right, see what the gap is this time. Rudy, oh, right on the tail. Let's go through the line. It was, oh, less than a half a second. Less than a half a second between the two front runners. Lily Elston, 44, still leading, but Rudy looking to try and get past up the main water straight. Rudy's got the inside line. Is he going to make it stick as he goes into the corner? Yes, he is. So Rudy Dorman takes the lead. Lily Elston, 44, drops to second. So Rudy Dorman goes through, our new leader. Lily Elston, 44 in second, and the gap between them, well, it's now 2.7 seconds between first and second. 75 Harley Allman goes through in third. Then Tyler Reynolds, 153, then Lucas Rhodes, number 5. He goes through in fifth. And we've got quite a gap now to James Cooper, who's just coming through the line, number 82, and Dylan Clark, number 95, still to come through. With 4 laps gone now, midpoint of the race. Rudy really opening up that gap now to Lily, and the gap is now 6.45 seconds. Well, look at the gap between Lucas Rhodes in number 5 and Tyler Reynolds 153. They're battling for that 4th spot. There's a 2.47 gap, so still quite tight between the two of them. Right, our leader goes through. He's now caught the tail enders, so this is where Rudy needs to be a bit careful. Drops onto the water. And easy pass there. So 95. Dylan Clark goes a lap down. Goes through 2 laps to go now for Rudy. He's opened up the gap even more now. It's 9.26 seconds to Lily Olsen in second. So last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. Rudy Dillman goes through. Lily Olsen goes through in second. The gap now 12.23 seconds. And Rudy Norman, 132, takes the checkered flag, and he's one happy bunny as he fist pumps the guy through the line. And Lily Olsen, 44, coming through his second. And Harley Allman just coming through the line now in third. Number 75. And fourth across the line is number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Fifth goes to 153, Tyler Reynolds. Sixth goes to 82, James Cooper. And then seventh goes to number 95, Dylan Clark. Next group up, already on the grid. We've got the novices now. So novices open to, they're allowed to use all the main Formula craft. Apart from the full-blown F1s, there will be a restriction on the amount of thrust. So we tend to get a wide spread It's unusual to see an F1 out there as a novice. Our pole sitter for the race is number 60, Oliver McIntosh. He's must be well into his qualification now. He started last year, but with a previous craft. So this is the first outing for this brand new craft of his. That's a Formula 2. Alongside him is number 99, Dave Wilkinson. He's a brand new driver. I'm going to quickly go through this because we're on the 2-minute board now. Third spot is Paul Tarpley, number 38 in the Formula 2. Again, a returning driver, having taken a few years out. And then completing the front row is number 88, Chris Rook. New today, didn't have a great race earlier on. Now he's driving the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to race. So he's hired that craft for the day. It's something you can do yourselves for future race meetings if you want to look into that. It's £275 for one day. If you want to do the 2 days, it's £460. And if you go onto the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, you'll find the information there, or you can direct email into info@hovercraft.org.uk. Right, so novices doing the full 8 laps, and they're on the lights. Here we go, and we're away, and it's 60. Oliver is was almost wondering whether that was a jump start, because he sprinted off and the others seemed to be thinking about it before they went off, but they've all got away from the line. So Oliver, oh, that was a bit of a pop on the bank, and oh, that's not good. So Paul Tarpley, number 38, didn't make it out in the race earlier. He's pulled off the line, and I heard a pop. I'm not sure whether that's a thrust engine or the lift that made that noise, but he's pulled off to the side before the drop on the water, so the marshal's pulling him to one side. So Paul Tarpley out of the race at the moment. Dave Wilkinson going through in second. And Chris Rook, number 88, coming through in third. So 3 laps gone. And well, Oliver McIntosh certainly seems to be getting to grips with that craft. It was brand new at the start of this weekend. The craft he was racing last year in the novices, completely different craft. It had a big 4-stroke on the back, much heavier, and yeah, he's upgraded to a current Formula 2 craft, so completely different handling characteristics. Well, that's 5 laps gone now for our leader, number 60, Oliver McIntosh. And Dave Wilkinson, 99, still in a comfortable second, and third, 88, Chris Rook. Well, last lap board is now waiting for Oliver as it comes through the line. There we go, 1 lap to go now. Number 60, Oliver McIntosh in that Formula 2, takes the win. Second will go to 99, Dave Wilkinson, and third will go to 88, Chris Rook. Well, our next race up, our last race of the day, the open race, to all the main formulas apart from the novices, juniors and colts. So mixed bag. So run through the grid for this final race of the day. Pole position, we've got a Formula 1. It's number 11. It's Rob Trussler this time, so Dad's taking it out, not Jake. That's according to my sheet. That changed yesterday, but we'll see what happens. It should be Rob Trussler. Second spot is his son, the other son, Josh Trussler, but he's in a Formula 50 craft. Third spot is number 7, and that's Aaron Sutton this time in the Formula 1. And then completing the front row, 61 this time, daughter Katrina Hall. Dave Palfrey was that earlier. Row 2, we got 117, Elliot Folland in the Formula 50. Then alongside Elliot, we got number 3 in the Formula 1, Cy Francis. And then completing row 2, number 1, and this time it's Conrad Beale in that Formula 1. So again, Dad's taking it out, and looks like we're on 2 in hold. So an issue somewhere. It could be race control, or it could be, yes, there's a craft broken down, so they're recovering that down there. So it's just a small delay. So don't forget, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the race calendar for the rest of the season, we're only just starting this weekend for the 2026 season, then go to www.hovercraft.org.uk. Our next meeting is at Whittlebury Park, which is right next to Silverstone. I believe the running order then is Sheffield, Rother Valley Country Park, and then Gangwarley, and that's at near Southampton. And then we've got the World Championships in Whittlebury again, and that's in August. And then we're back at Whittlebury for the final round of the UK Championships at Whittlebury Park again, September, and that's our season. So for the full list of dates, go to the main club website. You'll be able to pick up the locations, the precise locations and the dates on there. And of course you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, if you search for @official_HCGB. And if you just want to go and look at video clips, then Facebook or Instagram, Hovercraft Racing Reels, HRR for short. There's quite a few clips on there and interviews if you fancy just going through. Right, the engines are fired up. We're obviously less than 2 minutes away from the start now. And that's the 1 minute boards. 1 minute away from the start. Well, looks like we've just got the 6th craft on the grid. Our pole sitter is actually missing, looking down the grid. So number 11 craft, Rob Trustler, is actually missing off the grid. So we've got 48, 7, 61, 117 and 3. They're the craft on the actual grid. And we're on the lights. Here we go. And it's 7 Aaron Sutton in that Formula 1 that sprints away from the line. And he should be able to control the race from the front in that Formula 1. Second spot, 48, Josh Trustler. Elliot Follen, 117, 61, Katrina Hall. Then Cy Francis, number 3 in that Formula 1. Not had a great weekend so far. Yeah, Cy Francis, number 3, done 1 lap and hand up, cruises across the line and returns back to the paddock. So 2 laps gone. Formula 1 dominated from the front. Second spot, Josh Chastain, 48 in a Formula 50, then another Formula 50, Elliot Folland, followed by a Formula 2, 61, Katrina Hall. So, crossing the line, that 3-way battle, that's for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the leader Wang Gong. And, well, looking at the gaps between them, Josh Trustler is leading that group of 3, but 1.7 seconds behind is Elliot Folland. And then Katrina Hall is 1.02 seconds behind Elliot. So all very tight at the moment between those 3. They're battling for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Looks like Josh has pulled away and up a bit of a gap. Let's see what the time difference is now. It was 1.72 seconds. It's now 2.88, and Katrina looks like she's dropped back marginally to 1.01. 1.02, sorry. Well, 5 laps gone, our leader already going up the lake. Second, Josh Trussler, 48, 117 Elliott Folland, 61 Katrina Hall. Well, Katrina's closed that gap down. She's just a smidgen over a second behind Elliott now. Right, so let's look at the gap between Katrina and Elliott. Oh, it's opened up a little bit, 1.25 gap between Katrina and Elliott as they drop onto the water. Meanwhile, Josh Trussler in 48 in that Formula 50 has opened up the gap. He's currently in second. So gaps from second to third has definitely opened up. Our leader's just gone through. The last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. So, Aaron Sutton, an easy win in that Formula 1 craft, number 7. Coming through in second in the Formula 50, number 48, Josh Trussler. Third in the Formula 50 is 117 Elliott Folland, and fourth in the Formula 2, 61 Katrina Hall. Well, for those of you on site here that have come to watch, thank you very much for coming along today. The weather's not been the kindest. Yesterday was lovely. Tomorrow, yeah, it's looking better again, according to the forecast I looked at. So it should be a nice day tomorrow. Practice starts at 9:45. First race will be at 12. So just a reminder, if you are coming back tomorrow, racing starts at 12, practice starts at 9:45, and obviously if you go to the main club website www.hovercraft.org.uk, you can look at the see the calendar on there for the rest of our race season. This is the first weekend, so still lots more to go for the season. For those who've been watching online, I hope you've enjoyed that. Lots of new stuff coming online now with the tag system that we're running, and yeah, I think that's me done for the day. So thank you very much everybody. I'm going to sign off now, and we'll come back and see you tomorrow.